So I'm not doctor, please call me Duarte. And I would ask that if perhaps you would allow the same courtesy to your colleagues. I can only ask this, I can't force this on you. I would also ask that you speak the truth. And I know that I'm asking something that's quite complex, but it's better to be in trouble for speaking the truth than for doing what is wrong. So, and I understand that some of you may not feel safe in this room. So we have a WhatsApp number that you can send your questions and comments, even anonymously. And if you're really worried, you can give me the questions, but you will have a voice. Okay. Please also just be careful with the hidden agendas. I always, I've facilitated a number of sessions. This is always a challenge, but let's try and manage those. Express what you're trying to say. I think I've just lost my slides. Oh, no problem. Okay, so, sorry if I could just have my slides back. So we're here to find some new solutions to some of the challenges that we're facing. So as I've said, everybody's opinion counts. I would urge that you listen to people's, what they've said before you form an opinion. Deliberate the facts and not the person, please. Then I would ask that we stay focused on the goals for today, that we avoid unnecessary interruptions, movements, and repetition. So if some speaker before you has covered a particular topic, I would urge that you not cover it again, please, in the interests of time. Then next, so time management. So we have enough items on the agenda that if we slip 5 minutes on each item, we will be here an extra hour tonight. How many people want to be here an extra hour tonight? It's very little interest. Oh, only one person. Okay, maybe two. Okay, but for the rest of us, which is the vast majority, I would urge that for presenters, that we observe the traffic light. My colleague here will be operating the traffic light, so he'll give you a 5 minute, a 1 minute, and a stop talking. It's now time for Q&A indicator. We'll allow about 10 minutes for every agenda hour, so if you've got half an hour, you'll get about 5 minutes of question time. Okay. Then breaks, if we could return promptly from the breaks. And then please, unless it's absolutely necessary, no laptops, no phones. Yes, if it's absolutely necessary, that's fine, but please, it's not just that you're not paying attention, but other people are watching you shopping and planning your holiday. I've seen this before. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So without further ado, I would ask that the first presenter, a pair of presenters come up, please. That would be Leah Kasani and Keta Dlamini, please, to talk about the National Treasury fiscal policy. Just while they're coming up, I have picked up some keys, 2 pairs of keys, one with a card. So if anybody has lost some keys and the card, please come and speak to me.
All right. Thank you so much, facilitator and Duat and Commissioner. Good afternoon. I am Keta Dlamini. I don't think you can hear me, so I'll move that. Presenting on the MTBPS, I'm joined by my colleague Alia Kasim, who is the director in our economic policy unit. I am from the budget office, so I will start the presentation talking about the MTBPS framework, and then Alia Kasim will come and join and talk about the economic work that needs to be done in order to achieve those plans. So there are three elements of this MTBPS. It's the economic recovery plan. It's the steps we are taking to secure recovery from the virus, as well as the economic shock, and then the steps we're taking to stabilize the public finances. So essentially, that's the theme. We've titled it "Securing Economic Recovery Beyond COVID-19," because, as you know, the president has directed us as a country to plan for the new economy post the pandemic. So if we'll begin with the first slide, which essentially just summarizes what I've said. It's coming. All right. So we talk about the social protection package, which we unveiled in the 2020 June special adjustment. Okay, very clever. We talk about the social protection package, which comprised of, as you know, the social relief of distress adjustments, the adjustments done by the UIF, the Unemployment Insurance Fund, and the other funds, the COVID-19 loan guarantee scheme. Those essentially amount, and the tax measures that we took. So about 70 billion rand in tax measures, tax deferrals, and in some cases tax write-offs, in order to support businesses with liquidity, because what happened was there was a drying up of working capital for businesses. So those were the measures that we took. So where do we begin? We begin with the economic forecast, and my colleague Alia can speak to that more in detail. But essentially, we've revised down the growth outlook from 7.2% in June 2020 to 7.8%. This is a revision from the growth outlook that we had of 0.3% in the 2020 February budget. And as I said, the priority of the MTBPS is to stabilize our debt path. So where in the budget we were not stabilizing debt, the June SAB had a debt scenario, not a baseline, of around 87% stabilization in 22-23. Essentially what this means is that the economy will grow faster than the rate at which we accumulate debt. By how do we do this? We essentially close or reduce the level of government borrowing. So currently we're borrowing about 15.7% of gross domestic output, gross domestic product or economic output, which essentially puts us in line to consume all the domestic savings in the economy. So if we hadn't gone to the IMF and the World Bank for additional financing of government's borrowing requirement, essentially there would be no savings available for, the rest of society, households, to say purchase homes or purchase vehicles. So it was important that we get that official financing. We're going to close that borrowing path over 5 years, not 3 years. That will mean that we borrow a lot less in order to fund the business of government. So we start with the global economy. And as you can see, the impacts of the lockdown mean, which at some point I believe 60% of the global labor force was in some form of lockdown. What that means is that from a growth outcome of 2.8% last year globally, we expect that the global economy will contract by 4.4%. Now this contraction is deepest in China, as you can see, but also because the recovery is fastest in China, you'll see that emerging markets are the fastest growing region of the world next year. So essentially it's a rebound from the sharp reduction in economic activity in this current year. Within our region, Sub-Saharan Africa, you'll see that Nigeria had a much lower slowdown than South Africa, 4.3% as opposed to 7.8%. But we'll also then have a shallower rebound in the following year. We'll have a much larger rebound, and that's just the base effects. That's just basically the impact of reopening the economy. Turning our attention to the domestic economy, what we see is that much of this slowdown in growth has been driven by the sharp rollback in investment in the economy, so 20% contraction. This is on the back of, essentially, I think Alia will correct me, but about 4 years of investment contractions. We think this will start to improve. Obviously, the rebound will be driven just by the effect of controlling the pandemic and reopening the economy. If we then implement the structural reforms, and it's important to emphasize at this point that we're not looking at the impact of the structural reforms in this growth forecast, the 1.7 and the 1.5%. We're just saying that essentially if the economy just goes back to where it was before, which by the way included load shedding and other issues, then we expect the economy to grow by 1.5% in 22-23. Very slow, not fast enough to achieve the objectives that we've set ourselves. If we then implement the President's recovery plan, we expect that by 2030, the economy could grow above 3.3%. Now, the risks to the growth outlook obviously remain a second wave, but we also had issues in the economy prior to the pandemic. What were they? There were electricity, there were the weak public finance position, and there was also this issue of the delay in structural reforms. And I think it's important to emphasize that left unmanaged, the situation with the public finances, government spending, and how much you collect in taxes, would have meant that this country, this economy was on track for a debt crisis, which would have significantly, I mean, even this growth path would have been too optimistic if we went into a debt crisis. So that's what we're trying to avoid with what we are proposing. Obviously, the restrictions remain in place to manage the pandemic. So, as I said, there was this fiscal relief package. It had a couple of elements to it. On the tax side, on the banking side, the support to small business through the credit guarantee scheme. Now there's been an issue with take-up there, and so there's a review of the credit guarantee scheme. But also we know that a lot of people, formally and in the informal and the informal sectors, were affected by the lockdowns in terms of their livelihoods. And so we've deployed the full resources of government in terms of the Unemployment Insurance Fund through the Temporary Employer-Employee Relief Scheme, as well as some of the new grants that we've rolled out, special COVID-19 grants, the social relief of distress, as well as the additional child support grants, those child support grant top-ups. Then, of course, the South African Reserve Bank, which is independent to the Treasury, as you know, has also then intervened by lowering, one, the interest rate, but also two, lowering the bank regulations in order to facilitate faster take-up of some of the measures that were put into place. So more details will be given about tax increases in the next budget, but we are saying that, you know, there will be tax increases going forward. And then let me skip over the economic recovery plan because my colleague Alia will speak to that in more detail. Let me just say that the issue that we're dealing with, and this is an issue we've been dealing with for quite a while, is that we are not collecting enough taxation from the economy to sustain the level of spending. So this year alone, we had a 312 billion rand downward revision in how much. Instead, in effect, we've gone back a step in terms of how much tax revenue we're collecting. So, and if you look at the recovery path of tax revenue, you see that it will take a while to reach the levels, and I'll show you a graph on this. It will take a while to reach the levels of taxation that we were collecting, which, by the way, were modest before the pandemic hit. So overall, we've revised down our tax revenue forecast by about 774 billion rand over the next 3 years, which is essentially what's necessitating the big reconsideration in expenditure that we are undertaking. Now, what will drive the recovery in tax to GDP? Two things. One is the tax increases that we've penciled in for the next 5 years. Two is going to be the economic recovery. So to the extent that the economy does not recover, then we will have an issue in terms of even this modest level of spending projections that we're putting on the table for consideration. Right. And then if we look at the global picture, I apologize, I think this thing is a bit too close, so sometimes it comes across as way loud. If we look at the global picture of where we are, where we find ourselves in terms of public finances, what this graph on the, I think it's the right, I can't quite make out, but what this graph on the right tells you is that, we're middle of the pack in terms of the size of deficit or size of borrowing that the government does. The countries that borrow much more than us, and of course the countries that borrow much less than us. So we're in the middle. But if you look at the amount of debt that we've accumulated as a emerging market, we are at the top. We are at the absolute top of this list, ahead of China. What's driving that? One is the cost of borrowing adds to how much debt we have to take on. But also, because this is a debt to GDP graph, it just shows that how weak our growth situation had become, how weak the growth outlook had become. And so that's what's driving the level of debt accumulation. Essentially, what we were showing you in the June budget, and I think some of the colleagues who were on the call with us, we said this, that we will have more debt than the size of the economy. So how we pay that is an open question. Maybe an alien force will come and have to help us pay the debt. But that's essentially the trajectory that we are on without taking any measures to control this debt part. So what does the fiscal framework look like? Right. So the fiscal metrics are deteriorating. That's the point we're making. Essentially, we're now having debt service costs being the fastest element of spending, including compensation. So if you take compensation and debt service costs, essentially you have about 30% of the budget available to allocate for discretionary items, like, for example, the programs and correctional services. We've seen a sharp drop in infrastructure, and again, my colleague Alia can talk to this. But essentially, what's driving this is, of course, an issue of confidence, but also state-owned companies. The governance of state-owned companies has deteriorated to such a point that they're not able to raise the capital necessary to finance the investment projects. And so that's where you also see the sharp deterioration, the sharp collapse in gross fixed capital formation or investment. Then municipalities, I think, is a well-known story, but financial management at municipalities is a major concern. And so another factor that's driving this collapse in the public sector balance sheet or the fiscal metrics. So that's the situation that we have to manage, colleagues. And that's what this MTBPS does. This is the problem statement, and this is what we are trying to fix. So what does the fiscal framework entail? Essentially, sharp spending reductions, about 230 billion rand, followed by a period of low spending growth. How do we achieve it? We'll talk about that. It's compensation. Of course, with some smaller items taken into account for that, but 300 billion rand of the proposed MTBPS reductions come from compensation, lowering the path at which civil service salaries grow by. It's important because what we've seen is that the pace of growth of civil service salaries has far outpaced what's been happening in the public sector, and I think we can give numbers to these things, in the private sector, but also inflation as well as real wage growth, so issues like notch increases and promotions. In fact, if you look at the growth of the civil service, you'll see that it contributes a very tiny proportion in the growth of public service compensation over the last 10 years. It is essentially the pay packages of civil servants that have driven the deterioration in our public finances. So we're going to manage that, and then as we said, we're going to have a period of 5 years of tax adjustments, tax increases. Part of it will come from economic growth, but also it means that we will have to adjust rates, and the Minister of Finance will give us a sense of what those increases are over the next 5 years. And those measures combined will help us stabilize debt. So we'll stop the level of government borrowing, which is very important. Maintaining a 15% deficit over a 3-year time period is just, it's unachievable. It would mean that we are on a trajectory, on a highway towards a debt crisis. We're trying to avoid that. And that is, well, Cabinet's direction that we avoid that. So I call this graph on, again, I'm not too sure if that's my right. I think that's my right. I call that graph on my right the jaws of death. Because as you can see, the revenue line significantly departs from the expenditure line. So the expenditure line, of course, goes upwards, and this revenue line goes down. Actually, if you look at this graph, colleagues, I always make this point. Essentially, where we were before the pandemic was that from the smaller economy that we had than we previously anticipated we'd have, we were essentially at 26% of GDP. What that means was that we were at a level, historically, that we'd never surpassed in terms of tax collection. We're collecting at essentially what you think of as the maximum level of tax collection available in the economy. Now, the difference between 2008 and 2019-20 is essentially that we've had 5 years of tax increases, whereas at that point in 2008, we'd had tax cuts, and essentially that was driven by economic growth. Here, it was driven by a level of taxation increase. Essentially, the rate at which the economy was growing was still slower than the rate at which gross tax revenue was growing. So gross tax revenue was growing faster because we were increasing taxes. Unfortunately for us, as I said, compensation significantly departed from inflation. Secondly, state-owned companies became an increasingly structural issue in terms of the budget. Support to state-owned companies, South African Airways, Denel, South African Post Office, and Eskom became an issue that led to this departure of expenditure from what we were collecting from the revenue. Essentially, we had a structural shift in spending that could not be sustained by how much taxes we were collecting. Then the pandemic hit, and that's what you see, the 30% line, that's what you see going up, and the tax revenue number going down. But more worrying is that debt servicing cost, essentially what we're paying to rich bondholders, bankers, is the fastest growing item of spending. In fact, if you look at it this year, if you take into account compensation and debt servicing costs, essentially we spend more on servicing on paying bondholders, rich bankers, than essentially what we're going to be doing on health and education. So that's a situation we want to reverse, and that's what this budget does. Again, this is just a reflection of the debt stabilization picture I was telling you about, colleagues. We're coming from a base of around 81% in the current year, or around 4 trillion rand worth of debt, and we're stabilizing at around 5.5 trillion rand of debt. So it's increasing. I don't think we must shy away from that point. It is increasing. But what we're saying is the economy must increase at a faster level. The level of debt that we have in rand terms will always be increasing, but it's the rate at which it increases that we want to manage. And then over time it will come down as economic growth accelerates. If we implement the plan that my colleague Alia is going to present on, then obviously that picture will look much, much better. This is the fiscal framework. It shows you, I guess, numerically where we're pointing out we're going. So we're moving from borrowing of 761 billion rand to borrowing of 433 billion rand. Still very high, but we're saying we're working with a bigger economy by 22-23. So essentially that amounts to 7.3% of GDP. Again, still very high, where historically we were borrowing at around 3% of GDP. It's still quite high. So that's why we're saying in the outer 2 years, 24, 25, and 25, 26, essentially you'll have minimal spending growth, okay, below inflation, in order to bring that line into line with historical trends. Okay. So this is what the spending growth picture looks like. So investments are the fastest growing element of non-interest spending. Debt servicing costs are unfortunately the fastest element of spending. But if you look at the things that we have within our control, in terms of discretionary spending, investment capital assets are the fastest growing element of spending, growing faster than inflation at 4.5%. Then everything else grows slower than inflation, unfortunately. Transfers are growing even, we're having to cut transfers. Some of it, of course, reflects the rollback in some of the COVID-19 spending. So, for example, the TERS scheme will come to an end, the special COVID-19 relief grants will come to an end. So naturally, we'll have to see negative growth. But a lot of the pressure is now being placed on compensation budgets, because we know that that has been historically the fastest element of non-spending growth. Essentially, real wages for civil servants are much higher than they were in 2008. And so now is the time for catch-up in terms of the other elements of spending. Moving forward, how do we propose? Well, look, this is in the purview of the Department of Public Service and Administration. But there are a number of options to do this thing, a number of options. But of course, we're going to engage with, and the Minister of Public Service for Public Service and Administration is engaging with labor unions in order to achieve a more sustainable compensation package. Because essentially, if you're at a point where you're borrowing in order to pay civil servant salaries, it puts the country in a disadvantageous position, because you're building up liabilities over time that charge interest. So you have to reverse that. And so the Minister of Public Service and Administration is looking at options that includes harmonizing pay progression rules, allowances, OSD. All of those things are on the table. We're taking an all of the above approach in order to achieve the 300 billion rand in compensation reductions. Right, and then this is the picture again. Now this is taking into account debt servicing costs. I suppose the question that you'd have in terms of this picture is, what is the allocation for law courts and correctional services looking like? And I believe it's 0.8%. Might be somewhere there. So again, yes, it's below inflation. But we believe that now is the time to reconsider what government does and what we can do with the limited resources. Because essentially we are hemmed in, not by the Treasury, but essentially what we're able to pull out from the economy in terms of tax revenue. And as I said, we're already at historic levels of tax revenue. In fact, we were raising taxes and collecting less, which tells you how dire the situation was, because economic growth was so weak. And we just can't borrow anymore. We simply can't borrow anymore, because we're borrowing at the very limit of savings in the economy. All the savings that we make as a society are now going to financing the budget deficit. It means we can't buy cars, we can't buy homes, we can't invest in our businesses. So that's an unsustainable situation, so that we're going to reverse that. Right, and so what are the risks? And I'll end it here, colleagues, and we'll take the Q&A, or I think Alia will come up and then we'll take the Q&A. Of course, there's the issue of the recovery and the speed of the recovery, particularly if we are at risk of a second wave of the pandemic. So we emphasize that. The global economy, as you know, much of Europe has gone into lockdown. It's unclear what will happen in the United States. Of course, the upside to this is that several vaccine candidates have been identified, and I think one of them, the AstraZeneca trial, was actually being tried here in South Africa, and we're part of the COVAX facility. The Minister of Finance announced that. So there's upside risk as well, that actually we roll this back. The spending reductions rely on negotiation. Very important that we emphasize that. Negotiation of the wage bill. And so to the extent that those negotiations don't come to the requisite number, then that puts us in a very tricky situation in terms of achieving this part. But also, let's be clear. It puts us in a very tricky position in terms of avoiding a debt crisis. It does put us in a very tricky position. State-owned companies, I think, are a situation that will have to be managed. We funded SAA But as you'll see that we funded SAA by reducing other budgets. That was a direction from cabinet. But essentially what we're saying is that to the extent that there are issues in state-owned companies, it will unfortunately mean that there will be reconsiderations in other spending priorities, because this fiscal framework, and the minister said it, that it puts us in a room where there is no room for slippage. So to the extent that there are other SOC pressures, not SAA pressures, but other SOC pressures, then we'll have to reconsider other budgets in order to finance those SOCs. So it is vital that these turnaround plans begin yielding results. And with that yielding, I will also yield to my colleague Alia, who will talk about the economic recovery plan. Thank you so much for your attention, colleagues. Thank you.
We can carry on running the slides. I'm happy to start. Oh, there we go. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Keta, for that. For putting the seriousness of the fiscal crisis so succinctly to everyone. So I suppose what I'm going to present on are the opportunities that government has put together to deal with some of this crisis. So I think everyone would be aware, especially in this room, of the Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan. And what's different about this plan is that it was developed with extensive consultation between social partners and stakeholders. And it has a number of short-term measures that are quite specific, alongside crucial structural reforms to raise both short and long-term growth. And a structural reform essentially is a reform that is undertaken that changes the structure of markets, which could change the way individuals produce or firms produce and people consume. And the idea is that these reforms would move us to more efficient processes, more productive processes where we employ more people, and this leads to economic growth. So in the short term, the plan aims to rebuild investor, consumer, and public confidence, and then kickstart the economy. And we've seen a number of small initiatives that have already taken off, such as the request for proposals for emergency power, some of the regulatory barriers in embedded generation have been alleviated. There's been lower interest rates from the Reserve Bank. Spectrum was released during the national state of disaster. And then obviously, given the pandemic, we have to continue to provide relief to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. And that would be through the healthcare response and social assistance. So in the medium term, the plan will put the economy on a higher and more inclusive growth path through the implementation of the structural reforms that will enable faster and more inclusive growth, which would lead to lower inequality and generate employment over the medium to long term. So many of these reforms have been drawn from a previous document that Treasury put together that came out last year. That was the Economic Transformation, Inclusive Growth, and Competitiveness paper. And basically, the broad themes of these reforms are modernizing network industries, reducing barriers to entry, facilitating regional trade and integration, promoting labor-absorbing sectors like tourism and agriculture, and then reimagining our industrial policy such that it is focused. And these would basically be the cornerstone of government's growth strategy. So what do these reforms mean for the broader economy? And my colleague Keta has already touched on this. But we see these reforms in the modeling work that we've done enhancing growth by around 1.7% such that the reforms would raise growth to over 3% by 2030. And this includes the infrastructure rollout. Some of the infrastructure includes modernizing metro rail, improving efficiency at ports, improving public transport networks, and I think there's around 600 billion that's penciled in for that. And then energy generation, that would be implementing the IRP, and you would have seen in the news that the energy regulator, NERSA, concurred with the 12,000 megawatts of energy generation, and about half of that is through renewable energy, and there's some gas and battery storage as well in there. And then there are employment initiatives that have been announced by the president. Part of that is to create, or the immediate job there is to create 800,000 jobs over the next year. And then obviously industrial growth through agro-processing and localization of some manufacturing products, as well as enabling conditions such as reducing barriers to entry for small businesses, easing the skills constraint, and implementing tourism initiatives. So, I mean, what happens if we don't implement these structural reforms? So if no reforms are implemented, we expect, I think this is, I see why you were confused about the right and the left. This would be your left. So at the baseline, without any structural reforms, we would expect there to be the growth rate would be the red line, so lower than the baseline. And that means that we would only get back to 2019 levels of growth by 2028. So if GDP growth remains slow, remaining to these structural impediments, there would be further deterioration of public finances, as Keta has mentioned, and then the increased fiscal deficit takes the sovereign borrowing requirement to unsustainable levels. We have lower creditworthiness. The appetite for investment declines. We crowd out private sector investment. And unfortunately, that means the economy takes a lot longer to recover, meaning there's a lot less left to redistribute to others that need it. So that is basically a situation that we are trying to avoid. So I suppose what's novel about this time around in the economic crisis is that there's a strong focus on implementation. And I suppose government's been criticized for a long time because they haven't focused on implementation. So you would have heard the president mention and the Minister of Finance mention Operation Vulindlela. And this is really about alleviating some of the blockages to implementation. So despite being required for economic growth and the keen interest of the public and social partners in NEDLAC, as well as the investor community, the structural reforms have really been very, very slow. So Operation Vulindlela is essentially a joint initiative between the Presidency and National Treasury to fast-track certain priority structural reforms. And it draws on lessons from previous initiatives such as Operation Pakisa, as well as international experience of delivery units, so that it focuses on a limited number of priority reforms. And the President obviously plays a key role overseeing Operation Vulindlela. And the objective of what we call now OV is to support the cluster cabinet, the National Economic Recovery Council, such that reforms can be implemented efficiently, effectively, and expeditiously. So it does not take away from, because one question is, what is Treasury and the Presidency doing when these reforms really sit with other departments, like the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. But the idea is not to take away from the implementing departments, or as we call them, the reform implementers. The ministers still remain accountable for the implementation of the reforms, and sometimes that accountability is actually enshrined in the law. But the idea is just to facilitate it, understand what the blockages are, and try and move things along fairly quickly. And what we've seen in some of our our background work is that reforms rely on a number of departments, and it's sort of to ease communication, ease relationships between the departments. So we have a small dedicated Vulindlela unit which draws on additional expertise from the public and private sectors as required, and it helps by monitoring progress, engaging with the reform implementers, escalating challenges, and providing support to fast-track implementation. And I mean, I think in the past year, we've actually seen some progress on some of these reforms. So, for example, in energy, as I mentioned, the request for proposals for the 2,000 megawatts of emergency power was launched on 21st of August, and we expect the projects to be fully operational by mid-2022. NERSA concurred with the ministerial determination on the 12,000 megawatts of power. That's based on the IRP. The DMRE has also indicated that the RFP for bid window 5 should be launched in December. The Economic Regulation of Transport Bill, which allows for third-party access in rail, and introduces a very much needed regulator in the transport sector to deal with things like access and price. That bill has been fast-tracked through Parliament. Transnet has established a port decongestion task team in Durban that has had a number of positive outcomes in terms of operating hours, training of gantry crane operators, and a train booking system, a truck booking system. And then Transnet's also engaging, as well as the DPE, on corporatization of TNPA, which is the Transnet National Ports Authority, because that could lead to a lot of efficiencies along the ports, and that's where we want to maintain our competitive position. As I mentioned on spectrum, during the national state of disaster, the regulator introduced temporary licensing of high demand spectrum, given that we all required ICT services, because a lot of us were working from home and still are. And then the idea is that the licensing and the final auction will be complete by March 2021. And I suppose these are reforms that we've been sitting on for a long time, and we're finally seeing some progress, which is very positive. And I'm sure we're going to see much more progress in the short and medium term. So that's all from me. Thank you very much for listening, and thanks for having us here.
There we go. Okay, so our WhatsApp number walked out. So if there are any questions from the floor very quickly, please let CDC, if I could have a question, bring the mic. There we go.
Thank you, Program Director. Just my question will be basically just to get a clarity from National Treasury, from the two presenters. Mine will be on the structural reform as a direct impact in terms of determining the inmate population in terms of a safe custody while ensuring human dignity as a core function of the Department of Correctional Service. Now, in terms of the highway increase which he was making reference to, and taking note of the economic pressure that the country is facing, they will automatically push the increase of offender inmate population as a last step value chain of government, that you'll find that the correctional service is having a lot of remandees and offenders because of the other pressures that the economy is facing. But what I will wish to tap into their presentation is for them to assist us with the appetite for investment in terms of the assisting the elevation of correctional service as a value chain that we are able to tap from all other government departments, 0.5% through our offender labor program. How will they assist us? Because everybody will be getting into the correctional service. The budget is too low. The model is occupant rate vis-a-vis capacity rate, and we are more human capital driven than IT. Now we note the 0.8 which they've reflected in terms of wage bill cost cut. But we just want to find out in terms of that economic reform which they were referring in terms of the structural reform, how National Treasury can assist us to drive the offender labor program in terms of assisting government department while we are getting the reinvesting back so that we are able to manage it through our human capital. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Yeah. Thanks very much for the question. So I mean, I think that, you know, the Economic Reconstruction Recovery Plan doesn't cover everything. And what you've raised is actually really important, but I mean, it's obviously not covered in the plan. And I mean, I think it's useful for government departments to, but I mean, what you're talking to really speaks to the the mass public employment scheme, and whether what the Department for Correctional Services has planned can form part of that. And I think that there is definitely room, and you know, it would be useful to have discussions with the presidency in terms of a proper plan, how much labor is available, how much is required, because I think that public employment scheme is still being drawn up, and there's definitely opportunities here which need to be linked with other government departments.
Thank you, Facilitator, and let me also welcome the presentation from the colleagues. There was just a point mentioned in passing on the structural reform program about learning from previous or past experiences, and you mentioned Operation Pakisa. I'm just making a statement of hope that this learning is real learning. Because as a country, we've gone through different experiences of trying to rebuild the economy or restart the economy. There have been a lot of initiatives from way back. And every time we hit a specific economic moment, we come up with new concepts. And you find that we've spent a lot of money and time on other concepts that we implemented in the past. And the recent past is Operation Pakisa. So I'm just saying, I'm mentioning it as a statement of hope. Why? One of the key activities in Operation Pakisa was opening up the economy for small businesses on the ocean side. And that was going to have an immediate impact on impoverished communities that are living across the coastline. And if you read government statements, you don't hear a lot about that. And for me, we can talk about economic growth at a high level, talk parastatals and the impact that can be made. You just mentioned the commercialization of TNPA and all that. The fact of the matter is that there is an economy that people who are impoverished are experiencing on a daily basis. And that's the economy that, in my view, we should also be looking at igniting with this, beyond just offering opportunities for those impoverished people to be employed, empowering them to employ themselves. And I think we all know the role of entrepreneurship in the modern economy. And I'm just saying that Operation Pakisa was about that. The other point then that I think it's important to be developed further on offender labor is not only about offender labor, it's about the potential of DCS with the assets that it has to implement activities that can generate revenue. But for that to happen, DCS needs to be funded for that specific purpose. You can put conditions on that, and I see my colleague is laughing because I think there's always this, response that talks to budget cuts. This is a different point from budget cuts. You can cut budgets on personnel and all those. But if you've got an asset that you can sweat for a specific purpose, impacting on sustainability, not for DCS only. And I think the point that I'm making is a known point, and it's a point at which, in my view, the Vulindlela team can give us space to interact with the team just on that.
Okay.
Sorry? No, I was just finishing, so I'm not sure whether I must continue or you are stopping me.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you because there's been a lot of economic plans that have been drafted, and it's always a new one. But the idea is different this time because these are economic reforms that have already been decided by governments and probably over the past few years, and now it's just about implementing them. So that's what's different about this plan, is that there's an implementing body, and it's very small. It's not a big funded unit. It's basically like 5 or 6 people who are dealing in the background with trying to implement reform. So I think that's where it's different to Operation Pakisa. And I suppose it was consulted with Labour and government and community in NEDLAC. So it took into account a broader part of the population. And in the economic recovery plan, I mean, they do talk to, I'm not sure if there's specifically the example that you talk about, but there is discussion around waste pickers, for example, and bringing them into formal policy planning, and there's SMEs in the green economy, and there's talk about using the township economy for localization. So all of those things need to be implemented now. And then, I mean, I was laughing because Keta and I earlier were talking about how the space can be used for so much more. But I'm going to hand over to you.
No, thanks, colleague, thanks, Alia. This point about DCS funding, I can't get into the detail, obviously, but we're very clear in the book in chapter 4 that what we are proposing in this MTBPS requires a wide reconsideration of the activities of government, and then focusing on, remember there are two prongs to this thing. One is a priority reconsideration. 2 is this zero-based budgeting approach, right? What are the things that we are doing as government, as departments, to your point, that we should be not doing, and there are things that we should be doing better. And you're right, one of the issues we face in the state is sweating assets. If you look at the returns on state-owned companies, you've got this 1.1 trillion rand asset portfolio that gives you negative returns. You're actually having to pump money into this portfolio, right? So clearly, management of assets in government is a problem. And that's what we're saying with the zero base. By the way, when I say state-owned companies, I'm not just like, we're not leaving it out there. We're actually going into the Department of Public Enterprises in order to sweat those assets. So we're explicit about these things, and I think in Cabinet and in cluster we'll discuss these, but thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think that gives us sets the tone from a fiscal point of view. I'm sorry, we're out of time for questions. Sorry, I have to manage the time fairly strictly, otherwise we're going to run quite late on the program. I'm sorry about that. We also have a speaker from another organization waiting to talk. So just in the interest of allowing him, so I'd like to welcome Mr. Mohutsani, if I got it right. Yes, he will be speaking about skills development, accreditation requirements.
Good afternoon, National Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm Naftali Mokhotsane and I'm from MESITA, Manufacturing, Engineering and Related Services Sector Education and Training Authority. We are one of the 21 SETAs that are established through the Skills Development Act. So I'm going to stick to my brief. However, there are other issues that relate to accreditation, so I'm going to cover them in my presentation. Hopefully, I will not exceed time. I'll just quickly give you a background of MESITA, quality assurance functions, types of learning programs, because that's important. Skills development provide accreditation requirements, the accreditation process, and the workplace learning quality assurance aspect, and just summarize it with the comparison of different learning programs so that we are all on the same piece on the various industry sectors in participating in the metal and the motor, retail, auto manufacturing. These are the companies that make vehicles. Plastics companies, new tire, and we've recently added the another chamber which talks to automotive components manufacturing. Now, the correctional service, obviously, as a public entity, would, under normal circumstances, report to public SETA. There are also other aspects that relate to safety and security SETAs or SETA. Now, talking about the quality assurance, we as a SETA, like any other sector, we are operating under the auspices or the delegation of the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations, and we mainly focus on trade delegated functions, one being the quality assurance of historical qualifications. When I say historical qualifications, I'm referring to the uni-standard-based qualifications that came through the skills development in '98 that were implemented as learnerships. There's also another aspect that is the delegation for quality assurance of occupational qualifications. So these are the new qualifications that are replacing the old historically registered qualifications. And we are also delegated that responsibility to develop the qualifications. Then the types of learning are the historical qualifications, which I've mentioned. Then we also have skills programs. Now, these are the two areas that we as a SETA are responsible to do accreditation of skills development providers. Then we also have the legacy trades. When we talk trades, is your normal plumber, bricklayer, motor mechanic, and so on. They are listed according to a gazette of listed trades coming from the old history of designated trades. And all these qualifications, the historic qualifications and the legacy trades, have now been or are in a process of being changed into occupational qualifications. So occupational qualifications are registered on the SAQA. They are accredited through the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations. They are modular based, no longer unit standard based, and they've got 3 distinct components in the modules. Then the requirements for accreditation, which is obviously the main thing that you need to know about. You need to have a quality management system, so there must be policies and procedures, forms, templates that relate to training as part of the requirement for accreditation. There must be learning program development, meaning you must have courseware and all related other training documentation. You must have financial administration and administrative and physical resources, physical resources being relevant to the program that you wish to be accredited for. And they're obviously based on the staff, there are requirements that will talk to your facilitators and assessors and moderators being registered. You must have a system of how you're going to select your learners, how you're going to guide them. It must all be documented so that the learners would then be trained according to the quality requirements. There's also a big element in qualifications, that is the management of off-site components. So in every qualification, be it a unit standard or occupational qualification, there are distinct statements of quality that talks to on-the-job training. So you must have a system of how you, as you train your learners, how you're going to manage that process. And it's also important that the assessments and moderations are managed. Assessment in this case, it will include recognition of prior learning. Reporting and record management is very critical, and the appeal process is also very important. Now, the purpose of the qualifications that we're responsible for. Now, it means if you wish to be accredited, and I'm talking now on behalf of MESITA, in terms of full qualifications and historical qualifications, these are, it starts with a process because there are qualifications that are being phased out. QCTO has thrown in a process whereby you start at QCTO by completing a letter of intent, which can be downloaded from their website, and then you complete it, they will acknowledge it, and they'll either say, yes, you may apply for a historical qualification, or they will say, that qualification has been replaced by an occupational qualification, so apply for the new qualification. However, if the qualification is still valid, you can still put a case that, no, I still want to do the historical qualification for whatever reasons. And when it comes to the evaluation, we would do the evaluation on behalf of QCTO. They will issue the letter, then the provider will then be on our system as an accredited provider. The skills programs, we've been given authority to sort of handle the applications of skills programs. Skills programs, we're talking cluster of unit standards. So these are based on the old or historical qualifications, and we are doing online applications. We no longer accept papers, so you need to go to the system, register the entity or the organization, and then apply for accreditation, and all the other requirements will also be listed. I just wanted to throw in the issue of workplace learning quality assurance, and this is based on history where we were having a lot of correctional service centers having workplace approval, meaning they are able to train learners as a skills development provider and also complete the requirements of the workplace learning that are stipulated in a qualification. And this requirement, obviously, it would mean that a CETA would do the workplace approval of an entity, and it will then include the 3 components as part of the evaluation of the entity. And the critical thing also being the learner to mentor ratios in order to ensure that the qualities are tiered to in the provision of training. Then the comparison, as I've mentioned, this is just to give you the 2 scenarios of the historical qualifications that were delivered or are delivered as learnerships compared to the occupational qualifications, which also can be offered as learnerships, provided that there is a company at the beginning. Now, as I've said, the occupational qualifications have got 3 components. So if an entity is accredited as the SDP provider, they can be able to deliver the 2 components, the knowledge components and the practical modules. And the learner will then be issued with a statement of results. And if a learner is fortunate to get a workplace, then they can go into the workplace as an intern, do an internship to complete the workplace learning component, whereby the logbooks will be completed, and the learner can then apply for the final assessment at the accredited assessment center. Accredited as in QCTO has accredited that assessment center to do external integrated summative assessment, and if it, in the case of a trade, it will be a trade test. Okay. Then, as far as learner registration, obviously CETAs will still be involved if a learner will be registered against a learnership, and so on. And we are doing our own reporting to the Department of Higher Education and Training, and we do the uploads of achievement on the National Learner Records database. Okay, that's my story.
So if I could just remind you that we have the WhatsApp number for questions. Please use that. Questions in the audience will be exceptional because we have a bit of a tight space and it's a COVID risk. So please use the WhatsApp number, send your questions and your comments. Are there any questions on the number? Not currently. Okay. I will allow, how much time do we have? We've got some time, so I'll allow some questions from the audience because there's nothing yet, but please use the WhatsApp number so that we can get those questions. Then we can have a little bit more time to answer them. Anything on this presentation? Okay. Sorry, if I could have your assistance, please. If you could just thank the speaker. Thank you very much for presenting to us today. We've just got a small token of appreciation for you. It's not a bribe. No, it's not a bribe. And also, if we could have the 2 earlier speakers, please. Thank you very much. Right. The next item on the agenda are the COVID-19 scenarios, which will be presented by the Department of Health. We have 2 speakers there. Okay, are we ready? Do we have the presentation ready? Just a few secs. Okay. So please, just a reminder again, please send the questions via the WhatsApp number. Keep them coming. Even if the speaker has left, let us have your questions and comments. It's still relevant. We can forward it to them and we can still get answers. So you still have a voice. Please send us your questions.
Greetings to the Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Ministers, and to all dignitaries attending this presentation. My name is Dr. Sheetal Silal, and I am the Director of the Modelling and Simulation Hub Africa, that is MASHA, at the University of Cape Town, South Africa. And I'm making this presentation today on behalf of the South African COVID-19 Modelling Consortium and along with my colleague Dr. Kerrigan McCarthy from the National Institute for Communicable Diseases, the NICD, in South Africa. And today's presentation is going to focus on long-term planning in light of COVID-19 in South Africa. So we'll begin the presentation with a brief overview on the impact of COVID-19 in correctional service facilities, as well as some general principles of COVID-19 prevention and response in correctional facilities. We'll follow this with a current assessment of the epidemic in the Eastern Cape with COVID-19 long-term scenarios, and end off with an introduction to a platform for resurgence monitoring. So if we look back at the first wave of COVID-19 in South Africa in correctional facilities, at the end of April 2020, an assessment was performed in Buffalo City Metro Municipality. And here we had the West Bank Correctional Services Facility Outbreak, where the index case was a warder who visited a funeral in Majola village. And initially there were 35 symptomatic persons who were screened, and this followed by a screening of the entire facility, and we can see the impact of this event on the plot on the right-hand side. And this was followed by an outbreak in the rooms of a prominent local GP who had tested positive. And over 140 contacts were identified in this outbreak, and there were 5 positive cases in his office. And if you look at the impact of these events in correctional facilities, we see that in the West Bank A, the female facility, there were at least 3 deaths and over 75 cases in inmates and over 20 cases among warders. And one warder unfortunately took the COVID-19 home to her mother, who had passed away subsequently. In the West Bank B Correctional Service Facility, there were over 180 cases in all cells, and after which the outbreak was described as uncontainable. And so what we can see from a snapshot of events like this are that correctional service facilities are impacted by COVID-19 in the community and often act as COVID-19 amplifiers themselves, sending COVID-19 back into the community. And so there are general principles that are being followed and need to continue to be followed for COVID-19 prevention and response in correctional service facilities. And these include preventing COVID-19 from entering the facilities, working on early detection amongst warders and inmates, preemptive containment measures, and rapid response and containment. To prevent COVID-19 from entering facilities, we need to consider interventions like sensitization of warders, preemptive screening of temperature of visitors and warders on entry to work, quarantine if warders' families acquire COVID-19, social distancing, hand washing, etc. For early detection amongst warders and inmates, we need to continue with testing if people are symptomatic, as well as intermittent testing of warders. Preemptively, looking at interventions like limiting contact between inmates in different sections of the facility, observing social distancing at group events such as meals or an exercise, and identifying vulnerable persons and placing them in protected areas. If outbreaks do occur or cases are identified, working on rapid response and containment with early identification among affected cells, or testing of likely contacts and isolation of affected cells to prevent contact with inmates from different sections of the facility. So moving on from general practices in correctional service facilities, let us now look at how COVID-19 is impacting the country as a whole. So between May and September, we saw what we would call the first wave of the COVID-19 epidemic. in South Africa, and it affected all 9 provinces in the country. And during the months of September and October, we experienced a relative lull where one would say the first waves were concluding. But at the start of October, we started to see some increases in these 2 lines here, which represent the Eastern Cape Province and the Western Cape Province, where once again increases in cases are being experienced. And this second wave, or so we call it, is thought to be driven primarily by what is ongoing in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro Municipality. So let us have a look at the Eastern Cape and the epidemic, how it is progressing in the Eastern Cape. What we see here are the daily incidence of cases, so new cases per day per 100,000 population. And what we can see here in Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality, that there are at the moment more cases being recorded on a daily basis than there were in the first wave of the epidemic. So there are sharp increases that are currently being experienced in Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality. We see the same occurring in the district municipality of Sarah Baartman, and increases being experienced in both Buffalo City and Amatole district, Chris Hani district as well, and it appears to be that many of the districts within the Eastern Cape will soon be following. Now, these are just increases in cases. Are we experiencing an increase in severity of cases as well? If we look at the admissions recorded until the 16th of November, we see here on the left-hand side daily admissions, that is new cases being admitted to hospital on a daily basis. What we have here is that the admissions as of the 16th of November in Nelson Mandela Bay Metro Municipality are at 107% of the peak admissions during the first wave. So that is 10% higher, or close to 10% higher than the maximum daily admissions experienced during the first wave. In terms of current admissions, so those currently in hospital, the numbers recorded in hospital as of the 16th of November in Nelson Mandela Bay are at 122% of the peak admissions experienced, or peak beds in use, or patients admitted into hospital experienced during the first wave. We see in the district municipalities of Sarah Baartman and Buffalo City that the admissions and those currently in hospital are at quite high levels compared to the peak admissions during the first wave. So what this suggests to us is that it is not just that because of better testing we are recording more cases in the Eastern Cape, we are also experiencing a high number of severe cases that are sick enough, or people who are sick enough to require hospital level care. What we are showing in this plot is data from the Vodacom event database, and it is showing you in colors from blue to red how likely you are to be seen outside your home ward between November last year, that's 2019 on the left hand side, and November this year on the right hand side. So the blue colors reflect a low level of movement outside your home, and red reflecting a high level of movement outside your home. Now what we can see as we look from left to right in this plot is that during the lockdown phase, lockdown level 5, there was hardly any movement outside the home wards, as we can imagine, but this was steadily increasing as the plot moves towards warmer colors from blue to red over time. But what is more interesting is that we can see that where we are now, between October and November 2020, lockdown level 1 is pretty much the same level of movement as was experienced in last year, November 2019. So what this is telling us is that people have started moving along to the same patterns as they were in last year, November. But what is also interesting to experience or to witness in the Eastern Cape and elsewhere in the country as well is that during this period of December and January, the colors get warmer or more red, suggesting that there is even more movement to come. We can also look at this very interesting plot with the same color scheme going from low to high in blue to red. And what this is showing us is the difference between level 5 and level 1 movement coming into the Eastern Cape. So here on the y-axis we have the districts in the Eastern Cape, and on the x-axis we have districts from the rest of the country. And where we are seeing these colorful, these non-blue color blocks are areas that have a high connectivity or high mobility into the Eastern Cape. And so what we can see here in summary with these district codes are that movement into the Eastern Cape is occurring from Karib, the Garden Route, Central Karoo in the Western Cape, Harigwala and Ugu districts in KwaZulu-Natal. What I'm showing here is the percentage tested positive for COVID as measured as of last week, Friday, the 20th of November. And what we can see here is that in the Eastern Cape area, there's high, so what we're seeing a very red, high, more than 30% test positivity for COVID-19 cases. And what is more interesting is that we can see, as the mobility data also suggested, that this test positivity is also high as we move into the Western Cape. And so what we are seeing, if you remember back to one of the first plots where we had a sharp rise in the Eastern Cape followed by a lower rise in the Western Cape, this is also shown in the test positivity data and also indicated from the mobility data that while our cases were first in the Eastern Cape in districts like Nelson Mandela Bay and Sarah Baartman, cases are now spreading into the Western Cape and also spreading northwards into southern KwaZulu-Natal. And so if you were to put this information together, resurgence in the Eastern Cape meets the South African COVID-19 Modelling Consortium criteria for a second wave, but noting that the term we call second wave is not currently being used by the NICD or the National Department of Health. It does, however, meet the criteria we as the Modelling Consortium have established for a second wave. We also make this assertion because what we can see is that the proportion testing positive in the province, the cases, hospital admissions and excess mortality have all increased in the last month. And we must also at the same time realize that we cannot just compare the first and the second waves in terms of their cases, because there are different testing strategies and different numbers of tests being performed between the first and the second wave. So underreporting, underdetection could be happening. However, that is why we had a look at the hospital admissions as well as the test positivity. So cases have already spread, in summary, from the Eastern Cape into the Western Cape, and in areas in southern KwaZulu-Natal are also on alert. And as the mobility data has shown us, with increased interprovincial movement expected over the holiday season in December, January, it is quite likely that infection will spread into other provinces. And so we come to this section on future planning, on the long-term scenarios for COVID-19 in the next 2 years. Now, if you've been keeping abreast with some of the COVID-19 news, you would have read on the recent outcome of quite a few vaccine trials. So these vaccine trials have shown quite promising results across the range of them, but the positive news does not mean that we would feel their implications or the implementation immediately. There still is a lot of work to be done with establishing vaccine regulations in countries and organizing the purchasing and supply of these vaccines, as well as planning the implementation and strategy of the vaccines. So though we are uncertain of an exact date, a vaccine could be available in South Africa by the end of 2021. It is, however, likely that a vaccine may be available by middle of next year, but there is no certainty on any of these dates. And so when it comes to planning, it is perhaps prudent that the plan should also reflect a situation if no vaccine arrives in 2021. And so we consider a scenario for 2021 along the following lines. So, as mentioned earlier, it is likely that the holiday season, the start of 2021, is going to result in increases in cases in many parts of the country as people travel throughout the country. So we may once again also experience an increase in cases due to the seasonality of COVID-19 during the winter of 2021, in the middle of the year. So with this in mind, we need to remember that there is still considerable uncertainty with respect to the duration of the immunity of those who have already been infected and the extent to which the population was infected in the first wave. The more people who are infected in the population, the greater the immunity in the community or in the population. And that should hopefully mean that if this immunity lasts, the next wave that one experiences would be smaller in size because there are fewer people to infect. But this depends on how long the immunity of those who have already been infected is going to last. And this is part of the reason why, even though we know they may have been 2 waves of COVID by the start of next year, we are still unsure as to whether there would be a 3rd wave during the winter of 2021 and the size of the epidemic. If we consider a scenario for 2022, and once again we consider now the availability of vaccines, there are a few points that we have to understand. Just because a vaccine is available, it does not mean that there will be an immediate eradication of COVID-19, that we would not hear of COVID-19 being a problem anymore. That is not what vaccine availability is going to achieve. Rather, when a vaccine becomes available, it is going to be prioritized for those populations who are considered to be the most impacting or considered to need it most. For example, healthcare workers are a high priority population, as are the elderly, and they are likely to be targeted for vaccines first. And even so, once there are enough vaccines for everyone, sufficient coverage will need to be achieved before the whole population can benefit from reduced infection. And so social distancing, hand washing, hygiene, wearing of masks, these are all interventions that would still need to continue in order to maximize the protection of the community as a whole. But when the sufficient coverage of the vaccine is available or has been achieved, this could be within a few years, then it is likely that COVID-19 could become a seasonal occurrence of a smaller size. So in a similar pattern to how we experience a flu every year, this is what COVID-19 could end up looking like in the long-term future. But we have to again understand, and I will say this over and over again, that there is just so much uncertainty because SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 is a new disease and we're still learning about it every day. The immune response to SARS-CoV-2 and the long-term effectiveness of the vaccination are not well understood. And so what we are postulating as possibilities for 2021 and 2022 are the outcome of reasoned thought amongst epidemiologists, mathematicians, modelers, and so forth. And so what we are providing at the moment to help us understand and monitor the resurgence over the next few months, and this is perhaps important also for correctional service facilities across the country, is in keeping in line with the Department of Health Resurgence Work Plan. And in this resurgence work plan from the Department of Health, there are a number of metrics that are measured in order to monitor the status of resurgence in a particular area, in a province, in a district, a sub-district, and these metrics need to be updated and calculated regularly in order to assess if there is in fact a resurgence or not, and the appropriate interventions to put into place. To assist with the calculation of these metrics, the South African COVID-19 Modeling Consortium has developed an Epidemic Explorer. This is a dashboard that will be made available to planners and those in government around the country in order to view these metrics as they are calculated for you and updated regularly a few times a week. So this particular platform is available by login available from the modeling consortium. And what it does is it takes the metrics that are currently defined in the National Resurgence Plan, and it computes them and will then be able to guide you as to what response needs to be enacted as laid out in the Resurgence Plan. So this particular dashboard will give you access, as you can see here. There are different metrics that are mentioned in the research plan that we have put forward that will determine if a district or a sub-district is on an alert level, a state of control, or where a response needs to be activated. And so you can compare the status across different metrics. Likewise, we can look at we can compare the metrics by province and by district and look at the pattern of the epidemic over time in order to assess the state of cases and the state of resurgence. And we also provide an epidemic curve analysis to better understand the stage of the epidemic that one is at. And here we see the plots for the sub-districts within the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, and we are classifying these according to whether you're in the first wave or in the second wave, and experiencing a sharp increase, and so forth. And so in summary, there is a lot of uncertainty with respect to what we call seroprevalence, the extent to which a population has been infected with SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19, and uncertainty with respect to the behavior and adherence to NPIs. And this prohibits or does not allow us to produce robust projections for the next 2 years. And so we resort to reasoned argument and in the coming together or collation of several sources of data. We're also providing a resurgence analysis that allows one to monitor the epidemic at a provincial, district, or sub-district level, providing regular snapshots of severity of cases judged by hospital admissions and insight into mobility patterns in the different provinces. And this information is available on a resurgence dashboard. We have provided 2 overviews on what the next 2 years of COVID-19 might look like in South Africa when a vaccine arrives and how that may be implemented. And as the modeling consortium, we will continually reassess the situation as new data becomes available. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Okay, so that's a very interesting presentation. Perhaps from the point of view of DCS, it might be useful to reflect on what that means for the organization. So what could be the potential paths that COVID would impact DCS? So think about that. Are we going to try and get the speakers on the phone? If there are any questions. So if there are any questions, okay, so what we're going to try and do is get the questions answered over email during lunch. And the question is, was any consideration given to include inmates as a priority for vaccination due to the high levels of overcrowding, mobility in and out of the correctional system, of awaiting trials, prevalence of communicable diseases, etc.? The staff working in correctional settings are equally at risk. So I'll leave the author anonymous, but so that's a question that we could have answered by the experts. Thank you for the question. Any other questions, please let us have them on the number, and then we will be able to have them answered. So let's look at the arrangements for lunch. If it is recommended that a province or district should be upgraded in terms of a lockdown level, will it mean that DCS will also have to adjust its COVID-19 risk adjustment strategy? Excellent question. Okay, so we'll try and get those answered by experts. Thanks for the questions. I see we're starting to get questions through on the WhatsApp number. Please keep them coming. Let's just check the arrangements for lunch. So we'll be back at 2:30. 14:30, please, if you can all be back. Okay, so that's 45 minutes. Thank you very much for your time and patience. So if you can just let the National Commissioner leave first, please. No, I'm managing. People are getting into the rhythm now. Sorry, in your way. Thanks for that. We're starting to build up a rhythm.
Yeah, it's starting to build up with it.
Yeah, no, Sam wants to talk forever. I'm sorry.
Let me quickly take it.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Could we please settle down? We've thought about the options of the distancing issue, and the proposal is that if we have 5 chairs per table, it enables for a distance of about a meter in between the chairs. So what I would request before we start this session is that the tables around the house must organize themselves in a manner that it's 5 seats per table. There's an empty table up front here. There's another table that is not full next to where Commissioner is. So whoever is surplus to requirement at the back, please move forward. And if we still have people who are not able to be seated at a table where there's 5 people, we will request that the colleagues move to the overflow. But if I can request colleagues that we organize ourselves, take 5 minutes to do so, so that we can alleviate the problem in the short term. However, for tomorrow, we are going to request, seeing as we have this live streaming link, which was something that we were not sure that we were going to establish. We're going to request that from program 1, from the level of director downwards, we are going to request that you participate online from the office. With regards to line function at head office, we're saying if you're at DD level and below and not acting at a director level, we'll also request you to participate online. All regions are going to remain on site. So it will just be head office colleagues in program 1 and line function at the levels I've mentioned that would request that they do not come to the venue but participate online, and you will still be considered to be on duty. So you would need to be at your workstation utilizing the facilities that have been provided as tools of trade. So can I request that maybe we give you 5 minutes just to reorganize where there is a need for people to reduce from a number greater than 5. And then after that, we can continue with the program.
Okay, has everybody settled down now, please? Can we settle down so we can start the presentation, please? Can I just remind people, please, that we have to stick to the time quite strictly. So there's a limit to the presentation time, and then there's also a limit to the question time. I apologize that there was some earlier discomfort when I asked somebody to stop. I'm sorry about that, but I have to manage the time. Please use the WhatsApp number so that we can cover all the questions, because we're not going to get through all of the discussion. Also, I want to point out that tomorrow we will have a slightly different format to presentations only, where you will be able to further express and use other methods to develop ideas and to discuss issues. So I just want to bring that up so that we're clear on what the expectations are. If I could have the CFO, please. So we're going to just hear about the 2021 MTEF budget overview, finance and SEM strategy.
Thank you, Program Director, National Commissioner, COC, CDCs, RCs, and colleagues. I'm going to be presenting the MTEF outlook, as well as just an overview of what we want to do as finance in relation to the strategy, the detail of which will be further threshed out on, I think, tomorrow, where we'll be doing outcome 6C. We've had the presentation from National Treasury, which has laid at least the foundation in terms of where we are as a country and the economy, and the implications of those in terms of resource allocation. My presentation will deal with the implications of that on the department, because they were talking about the national picture, and we will be presenting the departmental picture. The first thing that we wanted to, during the quarterly review session, we presented the summary of the performance in quarter 2, but I thought it's best that we also show you where we are going, given the cuts that we've been experiencing. For the period ended 30 September, which is second quarter, the expenditure of the department was 12.1 billion, which is 46.69%, against a spending plan of 13.4 billion. So that results in an underspending against the projected expenditure of the spending plan by just under 1.4 billion. In terms of all the programs, we know we have got 5 programs. All programs have underspent except for Program Care, which was overspending in the second quarter. Underspending during the second quarter was mainly due to the following reasons. The compensation of employees underspent due to the cost of living adjustment that was included in the spending plan, but COLA, as we know, was never implemented in the first 2 quarters, and there is no indication. The indication is that there won't be cost of living adjustment in the current financial year. On goods and services, the reasons for that underspending is mainly the impact of the lockdown. As you know, we were not traveling, so there was reduced general expenditure on items such as fleet services, travel and subsistence, as we're using the technology in terms of linking up through WebEx and so forth. Other contributing factors included the delays in the procurement of materials. That is mainly on rehabilitation program. That's the production workshops. On payments of capital assets, that's your building projects as well as refurbishment and upgrades. This was specifically because of COVID lockdown, because there was no construction during the first 3 levels of the lockdown. We can move on to the next slide, but we want to send certain key messages to management for purposes of internalizing where we are as a department. For the first quarter, these are the lessons that or the messages that we want to send to this gathering so that we internalize them as we look at the future, what choices we should make. In terms of the budget for the current year, it has been reduced during the adjustment of estimates. That's the tabling that was done by the Minister of Finance in October. And you will recall there was also a delay for the minister to table the AE&E. An amount of 895 million was reduced on our COE budget for the current financial year. So basically the underspending that I talked about on COE, that is going to disappear because there's been a cut following after the end of second quarter. We also received a cut which was reprioritized from our budget towards the funding of the SAA Business Rescue Plan. You'll recall the colleagues from Treasury indicated that the fiscus is being drained by some of the issues relating to the bailout of SOEs. So at DCS, 308 million of that went towards SAA. And we also want to indicate to the colleagues that we are projecting now following the AE&E adjustment, and you will recall that we took certain decisions unaware of the cuts that were going to be effected in the AE&E, such as the employment of the SNDF officials to augment our capacity, and many other benefits that were advanced, such as the special danger allowances and so forth. Those, taking into account the decisions we took, as well as the cut, we are projecting that we will overspend COE in the current financial year by 273 million. And of course, we are sending these measures so that we can internalize, and coming out of here, we must then decide what are we going to do to prevent the irregular expenditure that may result by overspending on compensation of employees. The other one is to indicate that there is funded posts in terms of PESAL, or the post-establishment on PESAL does not present the picture about funded posts in the department. As I indicated, we are going to overspend on COE, but if you look at PESAL, we have got a vacancy rate. So we are saying there needs to be a decision regarding the variance between the HRBP tool for funded posts against PESAL, because we've got a 4,300 posts that are not funded, but they are sitting on PESAL as part of this post establishment. And this requires urgent attention by management, and we also discussed that at the second quarter review session yesterday. Lastly, I think it's just important that the issue of the HRBP tool or any other tool that we implement is important, because as we see today, we need to make decisions about whether the recruitment decisions that we make, whether we're going to also look at the intakes, so that we project, as we take those decisions, we are able to ensure that there is no irregular expenditure or exceeding of the budget rather. Now I want to turn over now to the bad news, the impact of what the colleagues from Treasury, the Budget Office, were indicating. So this is the very scary picture, colleagues. We initially had a baseline for the next financial year 21-22 of 28.5 billion. That budget will be reduced, or has been reduced rather, by 3 billion, which takes us back to a 25.5 billion rand in the next financial year. In terms of the overall cut, that is 11% of our initial baseline that has been reduced, 11%. This is one of the major cuts that we've ever experienced in the country, or rather as Department of Correctional Services. So if we look at the makeup of that, compensation of employees, There is the first 1.5 billion that they are reducing there, which is the reversal of the wage agreement. So there won't be implementation of the cost of living adjustment. That's the assumption of the cut. And there is now also a real cut into our baseline of 1.07 billion rand. That is only in 21-22. We also then have a under land and buildings, which is our capital program, works program, 454 million also cut, which then makes up that 3.053 billion. If we move on to 22-23, initially 29.7 billion as a baseline, and the proposed cuts is 3.8 billion, of which, and I'll concentrate on COE, 1.9 billion on the reversal of the wage agreement, and also the reduction of the real cut now in terms of the baseline of 1.6 billion. In that year of 22-23, the overall cut is 13% of the baseline allocation. 23-24, it's a bit better. It declines to 9%, and those are the figures that were being cut, and that's in the main COE and land and buildings. Now, these are proposed, this comes from Budget Office. So those colleagues that were here, unfortunately, the program director did not recognize me because I wanted to ask them a question, which I won't be able to answer to you, and I wanted them to answer on our behalf. But this is the picture that we're living with. So where to from here? What is the impact of this cut? And in our messaging, we understand that we're in the planning process. And these figures, these cuts must then find their way in our plans and choices that we'll make. The baseline reductions are indicated. The real cut is that 1.047 billion and 1.6 billion in 2021, 22, and 22, 23 respectively. So we did a small exercise, just a quick, because this came out on Monday. So we said, but what is the average cost of employing, average cost of an employee in the department, without looking at which program, just overall. So the cost is just under 400,000 for 19-20 financial year. So it costs us around 400,000 to employ a correctional official, or rather, on average, an employee in the department. So if we take that into account, given the real cuts, and we use the 400,000 as a base, you are looking at 2,639 posts for 21-22 being cut. In 22-23, 4,069 posts. That's an estimate of 6,708 posts, which will be forfeited in the next financial years. So what does that mean, relatively speaking, to our post-establishment? That's 17% reduction of the current numbers that we have as at end of September. And if we look at, on average, if we assume that we do an average of all the regions, that would mean just under 1,000 posts that RC Moodley, you must forfeit, RC class, you must forfeit, and also head office. So we're just doing just to say what does it mean, and those are what RC Gauteng is saying. So this picture is scary, colleagues, because what it means is CDCHR, what instruments would you have to forfeit warm bodies? These are the questions that we're asking ourselves. Does it mean retrenchment? What does it mean? Because the figures have just been thrown in so that we can cut expenditure. But in reality, can we have a natural attrition up to 2.6 thousand posts in the department? I doubt. And would the department be functional if we lose 6,700 posts in the next 2 years? Those are the issues that I think as the minister said, if we can fight a invisible enemy, the numbers are telling us that there is another enemy, we should be able to put our heads together and find solutions. So these are the strategic reflections and choices that we're just probing as we go into this session and the work streams as they come, to ask the question, what will be the operational impact of reduced capacity in the effectiveness and efficiency of correctional centers nationwide? Which strategic choices can we make in reviewing our national footprint, and that is rationalization and perhaps amalgamations of correctional centers? What opportunities does the district development model present to us, and how can we leverage on this? In terms of the layers of management, we have management area, we've got regional office, we've got head office. So we are asking ourselves, if we look at how much it costs us, regional offices and head office combined, and we only looked at program administration, for 1920, it cost, those two offices cost us, the two offices, I mean the two layers, 2.3 billion, of which 437 million is regional offices, whereas 1.9 billion is administration and head office. So in terms of the above, what are the efficiency gains that would be realized if we reorganize, review, and restructure these layers of management? And I think we are posing the questions so that we can generate thought. We are not saying that, but if we look at the constraints, I think these are the questions, difficult questions we must start to confront ourselves, because it threatens the existence of the correctional services as we know it today. The impact of infrastructure delivery program, I've indicated the 436 million, 314 million, and 220 million, and that on its own will negatively impact on the upgrade, refurbishment, and maintenance of existing correctional facilities, of which, by the way, we've got a backlog. We've had complaints of dilapidated infrastructure in the Eastern Cape, and that is throughout. Minister mentioned Sun City, which we know the state of Sun City and the weight that the strain we're putting on it because of overcrowding. So it then begins to say we must consider, we have to, in fact, not consider, suspend some planned construction of new generation correctional centers. And CDC incarceration, that has got an impact on how you render your rehabilitation programs. The questions that we are asking under the infrastructure delivery program is, do we continue building new facilities or upgrade the existing infrastructure? When we do have facilities currently that we can't even man, we look at Tanin, for example, open in Tanin, we don't have enough staff there. So why should we continue building correctional facilities? These are questions that we have to answer, colleagues. It's not something that we can defer for another day, because 1st of April 2021, this is the reality. Which planned construction projects or the upgrade projects should we suspend or prioritize given the financial constraints? And how can we expand maintenance using our own resources and move away from reliance from the implementing agents such as DPWI and IDT. If we move to the next slide, these are just some of the issues to remind you the pressures and the competing objectives. So whilst we are cutting the COE, we don't have staff. Whilst we are cutting the infrastructure budget, we won't have facilities that are ideal for rehabilitation. And we are saying these priorities are going to compete with even the reduced budget, and that is the capital investment into self-sufficiency, which was indicated by the National Commissioner, the DM, and also the Minister. So we need to invest in agriculture, production, manufacturing, and some of the things that the Minister has indicated is that we need to start insourcing our own production of corporate wear, in addition to the the offender uniform. Some of the things is the issues around agriculture, the expansion of agriculture using high-tech methods in the various facilities, so that we don't rely on procurement of goods from external parties. The investment in advanced machinery and equipment for production workshops. The issue of renewable energy in terms of reducing our reliance on the electricity grid. By the way, currently we can't afford our electricity bill as we speak. We move funds at the end of the financial year. We try to look at savings, and then we pay that which we can pay. So this is one issue, National Commissioner, that we must have a roadmap on this item. I think the days of talking about renewable energy are over, because the risk that I've always said to the colleagues is that with these cuts, and we've said it to oversight committees as well, the fact that the cuts are so massive, the room that we had in the past is gone. There will be a day when one of our facilities will be shut down. They will switch off. They will switch off water and they'll switch off electricity, and we should not wait for that moment, because it is going to get to that point, particularly when we know that our municipalities do not even are struggling in terms of collection. We have situations where municipalities are water shedding when they've got load shedding from their power supply, which then means that their pumps are off. Correctional centers don't get enough water because there's no pressure to get to the water is there, but there's no electricity to pump water into the facilities. The national water security in correctional facilities, we've commissioned a report, and we are beginning to say, let's deal with the operational challenges as we know them and prioritize funding to these issues. Out of the report indicates that all 5 regions have got a water crisis. And part of it is the municipal infrastructure, as I indicated, the electricity cuts, just the general water infrastructure, and we don't get, and I'm not even talking about climatic conditions, which is the drought. We're just talking about when there is no water because we can't push water into our facilities. And this has to be funded, colleagues, because we can't continue complaining about water. And we are saying these are some of the competing objectives that, in addition to all the problems that we see, we must deal with this water crisis in the 5 of the 6 regions. By the way, Western Cape is the only region that does not have, if it does, it's not to the extent of the other 5 regions. Refurbishment of integrated security systems. We know that ISS security systems have collapsed in many of our facilities. Even the new generation facilities. Tsanin, for example, by the 1st of April, it was just opened recently, is running on warranty. Come 1st of April, we won't have a contract for maintenance. And these are the things that I think as a department, we need to focus, because it's part of our mission critical services as a security establishment. Some of the things, and the program management office, we are putting it here as a key priorities, having learned lessons where we allocate resources to certain projects, but because there is no a central point which manages the projects and ensure that people march towards that particular implementation, we are saying, whatever we do, National Commissioner, any priorities that we have here to avoid a situation where we allocate resources and they don't get spent, let's have a program management office that will ensure that they drive the projects to realize, to make sure that we realize the object of those projects. Commissioner, I think I will summarize the issue of the framework In that, I think I've got 3 minutes left, but there will be detail on the outcome 6C tomorrow. I think what we are saying is that we need an integrated financial strategy that will ensure that we support the vision of 2026 and avoid failure given the environment that we are in. In terms of our strategic intent, we've got those 3 identified intents, which is improved compliance levels with laws and regulations, clean audit outcomes, increasing revenue and productivity levels, which is what we will support through resource allocation with your consultation. I think I won't talk about the fiscal cliff. I think our colleagues have already talked about the fiscal cliff. This is where we are. We don't have resources. The key focus areas that we will look at as for the integrated financial strategy, we'll look at configuration of the finance and supply chain function. We will look at defining the SCM operating model, and mindful of the fact that we've got a service delivery model which has been approved, and in the service delivery model that was approved anticipates centralization of acquisition management but decentralizing logistical services. So these are some of the things that we will be threshing out on outcome 6, and I think the rest are just issues around the implementation of plans. But more details will be on outcome 6, as indicated. We plan, just lastly, we plan to finalize and obtain approval of the integrated strategic financial strategy by the 4th quarter, which is by 31 March 2020. Thank you. Are you agreeing to the cuts?
So we're into the rhythm here now. There's a question from, can you just help me with this, please? Okay. So this question is from the Ministry. On the budget, are there plans to decentralize infrastructure budget to regions to enable adequate and speedy response to matters of renovation and maintenance? If not, what would be the reason? And then the second question, does the DCS MTEF budget factor in self-sustainability in terms of own revenue generation? Are there projections on how utilizing internal capacity can mitigate against budget cuts? And if not, why not? So maybe we can take that question first.
Thanks. I think the issue of decentralization of the budget, what is crucial, colleagues, is that we are faced with, we have an opportunity to change the current status quo. Part of the presentation, I indicated that we need to expand on maintenance and so forth. The modalities in terms of the operating model on how we centralize, decentralize is something that the work stream on, not the work stream, the presentation on facilities must take that into account and present to us how the decentralization of the budget will work. For us, for me, it's not so much about whether it's decentralized or not. It's more, that is more on the how effective it will be, but from a resource allocation point of view, it's important that we make sure that we do allocate something, so we are going to do that. On revenue generation, one of the things that why we say we need to have capital investment, without investing in capital, in machinery and equipment for production, agriculture and so forth, we won't be able to generate. Hence, we are saying the opportunity exists now to say, instead of us just forfeiting the capital budget on buildings, which they indicated Treasury, we must be able to then say how much of that and what are the priority areas we can leverage on. What can we do at Losprefontein? How can we increase productivity at Losprefontein? And it may be important, Commissioner, to say we must look at where we will have the highest impact. Because starting off, there are farm prisons or correctional facilities which are not doing as well as others. I mean, production workshops can tell us. We were in Tsanin, we were not happy with what we saw there. But there are those that are excelling, and we must then try to implement or to fund for expansion. I must, although Commissioner just indicate something about expanding on production workshops and agriculture. One of the things that is a constraint or is a challenge for production workshop, we need to resolve the issue of attracting agricultural technicians into the department. We need to, because we are not able to do that, and I think our colleague, Director Lipule, can attest to that. It's all and good that we can pump in 50 million to Losprefontein, but where are the people who are going to man those? And we need, as a department, to change. Does everybody who work for correctional services or in the spans, these specialists, have to be correctional officials? Why do we have to advertise agricultural technicians for them to have a correctional officers training? So those are the things that, the detail that I think we must trace them out, because we may have this vision, but our own policies are an impediment, because when we can't even attract some of these professionals, such as artisans and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we still have Morris? Do we still have time for more questions? There are quite a few questions that have come through. I think we will forward them to your office so that they can be answered. But we've run out of time for more questions.
Okay. Maybe I just wanted to propose that if there are unanswered questions, they be brought to attention now, so that we, in our outcome 6, we deal with them in our presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO, for that presentation. So let me just have a look. So next is the HR strategy, which will be presented by the CDC HR. Okay, so please just give us a few minutes. We're just sorting out the presentation.
Yes, please, please. Yes, thank you. Oh, all right. Okay. Sorry. Can you help me? I don't see my. I have it here. There is a one, but it's now showing. Or let me go to the. Because it seems I have. Oh, there it is. Yeah. It's a slide that I'm going to put there. Yeah, there. Yes, but they are with them there. I just wanted to see as I'm going on this side, so that it should. Okay. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Am I audible there at the back? Can you hear me there at the back? Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon, RCs, CDCs, colleagues, everybody. I'm always the unfortunate one because I always present after the CFO. The CFO will always bring this bad news, and I'm supposed now to take you out of it. This time around, I don't know how am I going to do it, CFO. Because you have thrown everything to me and said, no, the CDCHR will be able to tell you what's the way out. Colleagues, I prepared a presentation on the integrated human resource strategy some 2 weeks back. But because of these realities that we find ourselves in today, we had to say, but do we still continue with that? Because if we continue with it as it is just showing you a very nice picture of what is lying there in front. But we have to realign it. So we realigned it so that it can talk to the current realities. But the first part of the presentation will basically just show you the strategic framework that we are going to introduce to the department. And then thereafter, we will take you to what is going to happen going forward. So with regard to our executive summary, it's basically just to tell you that as a department, especially from the HR branch, we are getting our mandate from Priority 6, which is about the social cohesion and safe communities in the country. We are aware that in the past, we have been focusing on filling of vacant posts, and we have had a lot of interventions which were robust, of course, in terms of the upliftment of skills of employees and enabling a better working environment at the back. As a result of a number of issues ranging from the low morale of the staff, poor capacity building of employees, and low compliance levels with policies and procedures, we continue to find ourselves plagued by a situation that I often refer to as a leaking bucket conundrum. Because this leaking bucket conundrum is happening everywhere. I used to think it is only with regard to the filling of posts, but I've since realized that it's everywhere. You think that you are busy closing the gap, and then another hole opens. Even now, the situation that the CFO has told you, actually he said a big hole has been opened. We thought that we were closing the gap, these 5 holes, let's close them. And we're busy closing them. But all of a sudden he says, no, you are wasting your time. Here is another hole which is busy opening. So we are faced by that situation, but we are aware that we are also informed by our white paper that we should have an HR strategy, which should basically have your HR resource planning, entrenchment of an organizational culture that is appropriate to the delivery of core business, and that would transform the department into a recognized profession. In the future, the HR function in DCS shall reposition itself and expand its efforts to ensure the employees are engaged and participate fully in the activities of the department, and ensure that the Vision 2030 is being realized. And basically here, colleagues, it's just to give you the background that you have already alluded to, and that we have already heard from you, amongst others, things that were raised by the CFO. But what is key about everything is the fact that our HR processes are fragmented, culminating to a situation that does not enhance the ideal correctional official in its totality. Additionally, the department environment is not conducive to promote a health and development of officials in line with the white paper. The post-establishment of the department has been progressively reduced in the past, resulting in a dire staff shortages, which have had the most severe impact in the operations at the correctional centers. And these staffing shortages, as you know, have in turn affected the health and safety of officials, resulting in low staff morale, security risks, and compromised rehabilitation programs. The most important thing about the strategy that we are working on currently, in fact we have a draft, is its purpose. Its purpose is just to facilitate and support the department to achieve its vision and its mission. To this end, there is a need to develop an integrated human resource strategy that is underpinned by the following 4 pillars: human resource management, human resource development, employee relations and gender and employment equity, as well as integrated employee health and wellness. The problem statement that we have that actually led to this situation is the development of an HR strategy, which is a process in itself and which is in motion, which cannot be stopped at any stage while the delivery of HR services are in demand. In other words, this means that the process of developing the HR strategy must run concurrently with the development of HR services. In the process, the delivery of HR services are being delayed due to the participation of your key functionaries in the development of an integrated strategy. I was saying this is more or less the same like a car that you are driving. You want to fix the problems in the engine while the car is already in motion. So you can't have a situation where you say, I'm going to park it here, fix the engine with its mechanical problems and thereafter allow it to move. That is the kind of the situation we find ourselves. I'm going to pass to that process and just basically to show you that, I'm busy controlling my slides this side and I'm not aware that, sorry colleagues. I'm going to pass this, but here I was basically trying to show where these 4 pillars are coming from. That last year, you would recall that we had different summits where we were moving around the country, meeting with you from the security in Dava, the CMC, the ER, the HRM, as well as the HRD officials. During those summits, we were busy collecting input from you, because the aim of those inputs was basically to fill that bucket that you can see leaking there. And these are the outcomes of those summits, where amongst others, we were able to garner those issues, to say these are the things that eventually, when we coordinate and consolidate our strategy, we should be addressing them. Those are the mandates that you are aware about, colleagues. I don't need to harp on them, except to immediately get into, because I've been told that I'm left with about 15 minutes, and so I can't go into the details with each and every one of the slides. But the most important thing about this is just to show you our human resource value chain. To say within human resource, we are actually supposed to ensure that our functions, as well as our services that we render to you as our client, have to move through the different processes that you are seeing there. And I'm just afraid that due to these cuts, some of these processes might be compromised. The 4 pillars, as I've indicated, colleagues, the first one is your HR management pillar. The purpose of that pillar is to provide effective and efficient HR transactional capacity to enable the department to deliver on its mandate and employee engagement in line with the relevant legislation. Pillar number 2, which is HR development, the purpose is to provide relevant capacity building programs and accredited and quality training responsive to the needs of DCS in line with the relevant legislations. Pillar number 3 is employee relations. The purpose is to create an environment that is conducive to sound employee relations in line with the relevant legislation. Pillar number 4, the purpose is to manage employee health and wellness programs in line with the relevant legislations. So basically, our strategy, colleagues, is based on those pillars. Let me just... It seems to be just a moment. Sorry. Sure. Now, this is our strategic HR framework, colleagues, that we are basing our strategy on. As you can see from this integrated human resource strategic framework, we've got the intended outcomes of it. What is it that when we start focusing on this strategy, within the next 5 years, 10 years, and 15 years, we will be achieving? You can see that one of the outcomes is organizational structure aligned to the service delivery model, an approved post-establishment, a recruitment and selection strategy, the youth development and empowerment program, compliance with employment equity plan, integrated health, safety and wellness strategy, the needs-based training provided, a skills audit conducted to our officials, ideal correctional environment being created, integrated HR policies and procedures, career pathing framework, automation of HR processes, decentralized HR functions, mentoring and coaching, accreditation of training programs, shift system implemented, HR talent management strategy developed, change management strategy development, improved management of disciplinary cases, professionalization of corrections, succession strategy, and sound employee relations, amongst others. So those are our sub-strategies that we intend to achieve within this HR strategy that we have in place. And we are saying the main outcome in our 5-year period, we want to have a functional organizational structure and HR talent management. Within 10 years, we want to see an ideal correctional environment, professionalization of corrections, and in our Vision 2068, We want to have an African University of Corrections, explore capacitation of the ideal correctional official for universal and visual corrections. Now, this strategy, as I've indicated earlier, it is actually standing on these 4 pillars that I've indicated earlier to you: HRM, HRD, ER, and integrated employee health and wellness. For them to be able to be realized, these outcomes, we have to ensure that we align ourselves to these processes that you see here. Amongst others, the HR standards, the aligned HR policies and procedures, as well as your legislative mandates. So in a nutshell, colleagues, this is our integrated human resource strategic framework. And as I've indicated, it is aligned to these outcomes, which in the foreseeable future would be achieved. However, as I've indicated, we had to say, now that we've got this strategic framework, we need now to be realistic. We need now to come to where the CFO wants us to be. But we've got reality. It's good, these things that we are saying, but what is the reality? The reality is that in terms of our posts as a department, we are supposed to be guided and be controlled by the HRBP tool, a human resource planning tool. Now that tool, it is a tool that is given to us by National Treasury. It says every department, this is your ceiling where your post should be. In our case, we're supposed to be, in terms of our tool, we're supposed to be at 37,800. That is our posts that we are supposed to have as a department. However, we have a parcel that we have been working according to. Now that parcel, currently it is standing at 38,000 in terms of warm bodies. But in terms of vacant posts, it still has a total of plus minus 4,000. So what it means, what I'm saying, colleagues, is that we've got this line here between the HRBP tool and the parcel. Now, anything that is above this line must be cut off. So in other words, we must cut off the fat. In essence, it means once that fat is cut, we only have ourselves. No more vacancies. In fact, we would be 100% in terms of filling of posts. The implication, however, is that you'd still be having plus minus 2,000 or 1,500 officials that you'll need to decide what are you going to do with them. Are you going to retrench them? No, it is not allowed in government. You can't retrench officials. Maybe what you can consider are specific options, such as, for an example, you freeze all posts that becomes vacant as and when people are leaving the department. You freeze them. You don't fill them. You freeze them. Maybe you can look at other options. I'm going to come to those options that we were thinking about as HR to say, but can't we look at this? But I think the purpose of this session is for us as management of the department to take a very, very serious decision. So in a nutshell, colleagues, 5 minutes left. In a nutshell, we are supposed to be aligned to HRBP tool. We had a meeting with National Treasury last week. They said, Chief, we don't understand. Why are you still delaying with this thing? We want you to go and implement this thing. Your department must be aligned to the HRBP tool as a matter of agency. Now, the question is what to do with the current cost of employee budget reduction. One, we are just saying these are the things that we can look at. Ability to capacitate the functions with outsourcing approaches or forming partnerships with the sister departments through memorandum of agreements. I think it was hinted earlier on. the restructuring of the organizational structure, which is currently ongoing, the suspension of advertising and filling of all vacant posts. Because you don't have money, it's real. In order to save funds, terminate payment of 100% overtime while reverting to 30% overtime payment. You'll recall that during COVID, when it was at its highest peak, we were forced to say, DPSA, can you please give us permission so that we can exceed this 30% threshold? Discontinue with the post advertisements, irrespective of the stage at which the process is. Please. Because you're advertising things that they are not funded. There's no money. How are you going to pay those people after you have appointed them? There's no money. It's real, colleagues. Utilize the potential savings from natural attrition, as outlines in the priorities of the core post, in which it would include post-establishment from core, correctional supervision and parole boards, entry security posts, observing the memorandum of agreement with the Department of Defense, recruitment of those who have recently completed the correctional service learnership. Discontinue the renewal of any contract of employment and issuing of new employment contracts. That's real, colleagues. Now, the steps going forward that we intend to follow as HR. We intend to meet with the branch heads, regional commissioners, chief executive commissioner, COC, sorry for that, deputy commissioners, so that we can give information on the COE budget reduction to facilitate the identification of posts which will be considered for abolition. The identified post will be forwarded to the branch human resources at a given date for moderation and consolidation. And the number of posts on the human resource budget plan tool will be aligned with those on PERSAL system by not later than January. We had to work this thing backward to say, let's make it January, so that we know, because this process entails PERSAL cleanup and also the alignment of the tool, so that you can have your HRBP tool aligned to the PERSAL. So in a nutshell, colleagues, that is the reality that we are confronted with. I am not going to continue with the rest of the presentation because I have just been told here that I'm out of time. And basically, this is just to say in 10 years' time and in 50 years' time, what is it that we'll be doing? So before we can talk about that, let us address the immediate future. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I think you made your position clear. We're going to take some questions, but first, if I the CDC, there's questions, sorry, and then CDC Strategic Management just wants to say something very quickly.
Sorry, colleagues, I just wanted to go over the ground rules again. We had indicated that we want to get as much information as possible by first of all sharing the information today and getting an understanding what's going on in the internal environment, external environment. Now, we're not suppressing conversation in the room, but we are not also saying do not communicate electronically, because there are people who have a lot of inputs to make from the broader flow. We can harvest all of those when we're having the conversation tomorrow. The very same, when we're discussing the outcomes, these issues are going to arise in terms of looking at the problem and solution tree, what are the alternative modes of delivery, etc. So in those conversations, the issues will come up. But at least if we have that on record and we've got as many ideas as possible, it allows us to consolidate overnight and get an understanding so that when the people who are presenting come back, they already have an understanding of what the broader movement. So we're not saying that we're suppressing hands in the room, but we're trying to manage time and to get to a result, which will enable us to have a productive 3 days. I thought I just wanted to clarify that, say that the online submissions are not restricted to people outside of the room. It's even with
Okay, thank you. Just a question sorry, I'm about to knock over this. Are those the only options? Why don't stop outsourcing of kitchens and save money? Enhance self-sustainability by optimal utilization of agriculture. So that was the one question. And then just another one. How far is the finalization of the organizational structure, and when will it be approved and implemented? The department is still operating with a 2003 organizational structure. It is believed that the current challenges of cutting of posts do not have to halt the finalization and approval of the organizational structure. What are the real delays? That was the question. So I think we've got time for those two. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Check 1, 2. Thank you for those questions. And that they shows that people are really thinking. But you'd recall that in my presentation I indicated that these are not the only options. These are the immediate ones that we are saying, because they are within our control. Let us look at those possibilities. That one, we stop with advertising, we stop with the recruitment and selection processes for now, because it's within us. Issues of contract, outsourcing of those and so on. It's things that are procedural. You still have to look at the contract itself, what are the legal implications and so on. I think that can still be done, but those are in the long term. The immediate ones are these that we have provided. 2, we are currently busy with the microstructure. We have already completed the macrostructure. But the microstructure, we have started that process. We have engaged your regions. Each region was requested to provide us their inputs in terms of how they want this structure to be, especially the micro one, with a due date of the end of October. We have basically received, I think, inputs from 2 regions. And we have said, let's extend it to the 15th of November. I'm just afraid that with time, we might not be able to achieve what we want, because our planned completion of this draft microstructure was the end of this month, meaning what, next week? Monday. That was our intention, but we still are struggling with regions and some branches to give us those inputs. Thank you.
CDC. We're now moving to the last presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now moving on to the last presentation before the afternoon tea, which is about self-sustaining corrections for better service delivery. And this is the CDC incarcerations and corrections and the CFO. Not the CFO, just yourself. Thank you. Sorry, correction.
Thank you, Program Director. I'm sure colleagues will assist with writing the presentation. But let me start by indicating that the CFO actually did his part when he was answering the question on how budget cuts are related to sustenance. And in the presentation, we're also going to talk to that a bit. Let me acknowledge the presence of the National Commissioner, the CUs, and colleagues, and say protocol observed. The presentation is going to focus on self-sufficiency, but we're going to look at how we can contribute to financial sustainability through job creation and revenue generation. And this is a perspective from production workshops, agriculture, arts and culture, skills development, and training. And if you like, you can say it's a perspective from branch INCO, the perspective that is informed by the actual work that we do in personal development. But over and above that, we were given a task to put together a framework for self-sufficiency by Primanco. Now, this presentation comes from a Word document on the framework for self-sufficiency that we have developed as branch INCO. I'm just reporting in advance. The deadline was end of November. The presentation is going to cover these subjects. I am not going to talk to all of them. Some of the slides I'm going to fly over. We are requesting the strategic planning forum to focus on point number 3, components of the self-sufficiency framework as the main. We are also indicating that it is important for us to also focus on the action plan pillars, which is number 6. And then lastly, we are going to outline specific action plans per specific area of intervention. I am not going to go through our legal mandates. It's just important to flight them because they inform the space from which we move. The problem statement was stretched in the presentation and discussion from what Treasury put before us. I'm not going to talk to legislation, but safe to say that the department actually has a policy which I'm going to reflect on in just a few minutes. But we thought what we needed to do was just to appreciate a shared understanding of what self-sufficiency is. And it stems from an economic perspective that represents the corrections which operates with a primary goal of counteracting our running costs, but also being able to supply our own needs and maintain production. Oh, you don't want me to move around. Now, I was on the point of maintaining production as well as generating revenue through the use of vendor labor. And we mentioned there what are the aspects that influence self-sufficiency. And I'm not going to talk to them because we are going to refer to them in the presentation. I wanted to move quickly to the production workshops and agriculture policy of the department. It was approved in 2019. I'm also not going to go in detail. Just mentioning it because I think it's a point of reference that is not mentioned when we discuss self-sufficiency. But the first point that we want to mention there is that we are going to look at generation of income or revenue. We are going to look at creation of job opportunities. We are going to also look at ensuring that offenders have real work experience. We are going to look at how the department can support national poverty alleviation programs, and also going to look at I just want to move a slide backward. The point that I missed there. We're going to look at how our offenders can then, after leaving our accommodation, able to use the skills self-employment or employment beyond. Now, these are the components of the self-sufficiency framework that we have put in place. The first one is human capital investment. The second one is recapitalization of agricultural farms and production workshops. The next one is growing the market share. We're going to also work on increasing revenue in DCS. We're going to look at intensifying education and training interventions for remandees, offenders, probationers, parolees, and community labor. Lastly, we are going to look at how we can then create job opportunities with the space that we have in DCS, and also collaborating. What we then did in the framework was to elucidate what are the key points under each and every aspect of the framework. And I'm not going to read all those, but if colleagues can just cast an eye, already bullet point number 1 talks to identifying priority skills needed by officials, personal development and continuous training and development of officials. Now that's the point that the CFO was of attracting and developing relevant officials to come in and be able to do the work. Human capital investment continues, and we are also emphasizing the point of filling vacant posts. That's the point of departure from what the CDCHR was referring to. Our view is that instead of freezing all the posts and not filling any posts, we should identify strategic posts that would contribute to self-sustenance of DCS. The third variable there is recapitalization of agricultural farms and production workshops. There are a few points there that we mentioned: new equipment and machinery investment, IT systems and equipment investment, investment on biological and cultivated assets, and of course infrastructure, as the CFO was indicating. And here we're talking about developing infrastructure that would contribute to generation of revenue. As compared to the points that were made before, that we might be thinking, we might have to think about stopping all infrastructure projects. The next aspect speaks to growing the market share, and the points are elucidated there. I'm not going to go into them. But the last point is very interesting: developing new local markets with communities. And that's the point that was mentioned about DCS exploring what the district model can present to us as an opportunity. And the next point then speaks to how do we then increase revenue. And I think on this point, I would like to just go through all of them because they are important. They talk to how the revenue generation work that we're going to do is going to express itself at a center level, at a farm level, at a production workshop level. We need to develop productivity measures for each operation and set targets. Identify critical operations for expansion and scaling. We need to identify and finance equipment and inputs critical to productivity and revenue generation. We need to identify, acquire, develop, and resource skills for productivity and revenue generation. We need to identify new markets to penetrate, local and district-based. I've already made that point. And we need to implement economic distribution lines for cross-supply within DCS boundaries and facilities. And this is a point that has to do with logistics. For us, this is where we are going to have to do more of the work. And this is where we have to work as an integrated organization, ourselves as head office, regions, areas, and what I would term production sites. The next aspect speaks to intensifying education and training opportunities. But I think more importantly, it speaks to how the work that we are currently doing on rehabilitation and corrections would then contribute towards our efforts to make it a point that we create revenue. The last part is create job opportunities. We decided to treat this as a separate aspect, not as a by the way, because in our view, we can leverage on current existing government programs, whether you're looking at them from a point of view of skills development or from a point of view of current employment, public employment programs. If we match those with the space that we have in our production workshops and farms and work closely with communities, we have an opportunity here to contribute to the creation of 800 jobs that were referred to by Treasury earlier on as part of the process to reignite the economy. And I think the last clear point there is very important. How do we make it a point that we commission work that is contracted? This is a point beyond your expanded public works kind of job. And it also links very well with the work that will be done in the space of social reintegration through the social reintegration framework that we have contributed to as branching. The next slides are going to move a bit fast. We are just giving a picture of what is the current performance. The red spots that you see there, for us, are just an indication of what more we can do. Look at the uptake of enrollments on agricultural science, our offenders. You can see that there's a lot that can be done. If you look at the numbers in terms of the intake on accredited training for maintenance, the number is very low as compared to the population that we have and the number of sites that we can work on as DCs. The next slide talks to the same, but if you're looking at machine repair technicians, and not only sewing machines, but the machines that we use in our own workshops, we should be increasing the number of technicians through our own training programs. On this slide, I will just refer to the road and storm drainage maintenance. We are doing nothing when it comes to that. So what we are basically seeing is opportunities to upscale, in as much as what might be seen as flighted on the slides as numbers in terms of performance. We don't see numbers in terms of performance. We see an opportunity. I'm going to move away from that and just also show a little bit on agriculture performance. But I think what is important there is the fluctuation. And this might be attributed to different factors. But the fact of the matter is that in 1 year, we are producing red meat at 17%. The following year, we produce at 16%. The question is, what is it that we can do as DCS to make it a point that we upscale, but also we don't drop in terms of production levels? So we see great potential to increase performance than just the same with bakeries, the same with textile items produced, the same with cloth masks. We had a discussion yesterday about non-performance when it comes to that. This is a reflection on the number of orders from client departments. Just look at the different financial years, how exponentially the next financial year increased. And this is basically a show of capacity that is not harnessed or taken advantage of. Now, if we look at job opportunities on a daily basis, and we compare that with the population we have, of course, you will agree with us that there's great potential to increase. But we need to read that against the issues that we raised earlier on human capital investment. The most recent example is the work that was done that is currently being done by offenders in the farm there. They can't work on their own. They need a member to watch them. Now, in as much as we can have a lot of them going to the farms to work in a day, if you don't have security officials or a member to watch them, then we'll be creating other problems that we all know. Hence, we don't agree with the view that says we must not fill positions at all. So we are looking at revenue generation through work opportunities as the ultimate, and those are the variables that we would want to put together in a coordinated and integrated fashion to achieve that. I'm not going to talk to those other points on the slides. Now, we then put in place action plans, but these action plans are anchored by the following pillars: formal education programs, skills development and training programs, of course, the agricultural farms and gardens. And I want to emphasize the point of gardens, because each and every center should be having a garden. There's no question about that. It's not even an issue of whether there is land available or whether there is a fence available. There is a piece of land that can be worked on a daily basis to produce something. Production workshops, recreational activities, arts and culture, and also job opportunities creation. We are supporting this, obviously, with the current case management committee processes that we are managing through the offender formal education and development path. As you see it there, we are also indicating that if we combine theoretical learning, practical learning, and personal well-being as a developmental platform, we can end up with a skilled offender that at the end can be prepared to do work outside after getting the skills from the department. And the framework calls on us to do a lot of work there before we can achieve this. The next slide simply talks to the programs that we have and the capacity and how we can integrate our work to produce the results. And this is the space that we want to make it a point that the department works on. We continue to indicate those interventions. I think what is important on this slide is how do we make it a point that through formal education, we start, and this has a long-term effect, we start pushing our offender population to take up subjects that are relevant to the self-sufficiency agenda that we want to push. We just continue to indicate capacity and the programs that we can offer. From this slide, moving on, what we have done is to develop action plans per each and every segment of the framework. So I'm also not going to talk to them. The only point that I need to mention is that some of them are too operational because they have to address the current problems that we have. That if we don't address, we will not be able to deal with strategic issues. The second point that I need to mention is that these action plans recognize dependencies, that ourselves as branch INCO, we need to work with other branches to realize these action plans. And I indicated yesterday that we had an intervention workshop for 2 days on the 8th and 9th, where we developed these solutions with colleagues from areas and regions. So this we didn't sit on our own and put together. These are the inputs that came, and there's a 6 months intervention plan across all the directorates and chief directorates of branching. So, program director, I'm not going to talk to this. The presentation will be shared and colleagues can read, but what is important is that we are saying at the end that as head office, we then need to work with regions and areas to concretize the action plans as the draft framework, finalize the action plans as I've indicated, engage and develop a shared program with strategic partners, and this has to do outside the department, and then implement the framework, and then we assess this framework on a quarterly basis. Now, there are slides that I jumped, and these are the slides that talks to strategic partners. We have identified them, we have indicated what is the impact, and we have also indicated what is a shared program that we can do together. So this is where one will end the presentation. It's a product in development. We hope that with it, we'll be able to provide answers to the questions that the minister and the DM were raising. There's a slide that I didn't talk to, which is very important. This is the slide that talks to generation of revenue. Now, we looked at it from two angles. The first angle is the work that we need to do to generate the revenue, and what are the inputs that goes into that. The second level is how do we make it a point that we retain this revenue in DCS and invest it back into our operations for us to be able to sustain the effect. And you can do that through a number of mechanisms, and one of them is creation of an entity. But as we are saying, that is not the only avenue that can be utilized. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you. Sorry, sir. Could we ask you some questions? We have some questions that have come through, and we have a little bit of time. The question is, well, it seems to be more of a statement. It is advised that self-sufficiency targets must be set against the needs of the organization and not according to the capacity to produce.
I think it's both. We set the targets and we build capacity to produce towards the targets. But at the moment, what we are saying is that we need to look at we need to assess the current capacity and start producing to our capacity in as much as we will be crystallizing the needs. The fact of the matter is that even in our own skills development and formal training programs, we're not operating to full capacity. Right? Now, even in our own production sites, whether it's your farms or your workshops, we are not operating to full capacity. The biggest example is the production of cloth masks. We should be producing more than what we are producing currently. That's what we want to address immediately. And if there are problems that are associated with that, whether they are problems that have to do with the production lines or problems that have to do with infrastructure or human capital investment, we need to sort those out immediately.
Yes, thank you. I was thinking personally that there could be other departments' needs that could be met by DCS. Yes, you reflected on that, yes. So thank you very much. Yes, that's one question that we have for you, sir. Thank you. So I believe it's now time that we take a short break. So that'll be 15 minutes. It's now 16:10. If we could be back at 16:25. If we can just allow the Commissioner to leave, please.
also be working with the private sector in terms of further implementation. Social cluster, which is also social development, our social workers together with other cluster, they are working on some of this program. So I just needed to just highlight those ones. In terms of the partnership on the integrated government-wide service, the rehabilitation, skills development and correction of the inmates, in terms of our partnership with the institution, companies offering skills to our inmates, NGOs and programs. We are saying also going forward for this coming financial year, we need to also to look to the remand detention in terms of the life skills program. For the short term, 1 day, 2 day, and less than 3 months, a person must also just have benefited in terms of the life skills. Gauteng has already started with a bit of that. I'm challenging all the other regions to say, please, let's start the initiative. I take note that there's capacity issues. You are going to tell me that we do not have anyone to assist us with the training. I'm asking, within our own challenges that we are having, we can start very little with at least one remandee. You will have made a difference. And as we move on, in terms of the research and research core service delivery on partnering in the institution, the HR is talking about our future university, the colleges which we are currently having. We are looking at partnering in terms of making sure that all other programs, they are accredited and they are also benefiting not only offenders, inmates, but also our own employees for further development. So that is what we can do through partnership and so on. Some of the programs on partnership doesn't need funding, but it just needs a session similar like this to empower our officials, especially on assertiveness of those newly appointees that are just coming into the system at our lower level processes. I'm just going to move fast and bear with me. I'm almost closing. In terms of the funding, in terms of tertiary skills development, we must just make sure that our skills development plan attract the grant funding, not only for the inmates offender system, but also for our internal staff for further development through our partnership with CITES and so on. And the more we increase that, will assist. Donating a book, it's very critical. In terms of partnership, you are seated with a book in your home that you have not been utilizing. I'm challenging you also for next year. Contribute that book that you have not been reading it. Bring it so that we continue the learning program of our offenders and our own officials. I'm saying to you, it's part of the implementation of next year when we come. We are going to be saying, how many books did you contributed to the department? You can forward those books to communication DC, and they will then have to have a process. In a regional office, you'll do it through your RC's office to make sure that there's a donating a book, while we are also partnering. But this is another partnering which we are doing internally while we are also managing. So I'm not going to talk to each stakeholders, but I've already talked to the justice, the health. We need to continue our relationship with the health in terms of making sure that we meet the standards that have been set by national. Education is the same principle, but education we need to go more further, also to have a session with them in terms of our partnership, the Department of Higher Education, all the CITES, that we must as a region together with the department sit and look at what are the things that we can share, and they can also further assist and enhance the strengthening of a government integrated improvements, which we are aligning into our vision 68. I'm just going to move on. The issues of agriculture has been touched by the enhancement program, sustainability program. I'm not going to touch much on that. Public works, hello public works, hello public works. It's a program. I'm saying hello public works instead of calling it public works facility, because everybody think of facility, think of a problem. Let's partnership with them. We are actually contributing a portion of our budget to public works. That portion that we are contributing, let's sit around in terms of an MOU with them. The minister has already spoken to it. It's just about now that as we are sitting here today, the National Commissioner will direct that steering committee that will be drafting that MOU that will be strengthening the partnership in terms of how we implement, and then in the next 3 months, timelines we must able to see the realization. Even if it's just about 10%, it will be enough for a start. So I put that on the note so that we are able to take note on the next session. Moving forward, I'm just being fast, jumping a bit. FBOs, NGOs, there's enough programs, community correction is running with the regions, which will just need to be from this work stream monitoring the monthly and quarterly engagements, which means expect when we conclude end of this coming as end of this section that you will from this stream getting inquiries of saying how far with the strengthening with our servicing of the MOUs that you are having, which will be led by the direct CDC that is championing the NGOs and so on. Let me just also talk the MOU database, forthcoming examination at legal services. That is part of the program, but we will also be designing an MOU format so that we take through people and workshop it, how it looks like. It doesn't get signed off at the regional level without the head office input. Let's put that into our mind so that it start having to get into the database of how many MOUs have we agreed on, how much cost does it we receive from those MOU, especially if there's financial implication. And then our legal department will be assisting in terms of how we conclude them together with the recommendations that we make to the National Commissioner. I'm just now summarizing. Let me just move a bit. Collaboration is actually ongoing in terms of the various stakeholders. This is just a list of stakeholders that we are currently having, which progress has been made in some of the areas, but some are still in the consultation stage. And then the areas of engagement, among others, there are programs that are developing our offenders program. Among others, we've got the partnership on the TVET colleges, and we continue to monitor that. So I'm just going to be concluding in terms of the, I've already moved on that. Government, I've talked to them. We also need to be entering in a MOU with the DTI in terms of purchases of the workshop machines, especially those big machines that are challenging in terms of procurement. These are about partnership agreements. And then also just to highlight on the ad hoc complaints, we want to move away from the complaints approach partnership, that partnerships are entered because there's already a complaint, but approach a window of saying, with the good work that the correctional service is doing, we want to say, come on and let's assist you in terms of the programs that we are having of offender labor and so on. This is part of the engagement framework draft that we are going to be looking at. We want to make sure that it's also driving efficiency and cost effective in terms of our strategic objective. It has to influence the policy and practice of our local government and provincial and national level. That is also demonstrated in the Eastern Cape. Free State, you are also doing that. I'm concluding just to say thank you. Two questions at least. One from National Commissioner, another one from COC.
Question. Corey?
National Commissioner? Well, he's bringing this, the WhatsApp question from you, sir. Okay, he said I must pass the regional commissioners.
Okay, so we have some questions for you. The fluency of remand detainees will be a challenge. How are we going to ensure that remand detainees will remain in programs if some of them are in today and upon receiving bail they are out? Upon receiving, yeah, okay, they're out tomorrow, yes.
For that question, it has been a historical question that throughout you have been appointed here, it has been asked and no one was coming with an answer. Then let's make history. We are not talking to the academic programs. We are just talking to the soft skills, which when you go to a primary school, is being said for a child, is being said to a young youth, is being said also to an adult. Programs that talks about respect. I have drawn the attention of what the culture of the correctional service has. Who actually taught all the inmates and offenders about kneeling? Because they were only there, some were remandees will only come for one day. Who taught them? That official that said that sit down, kneel down, has just did one of a key skill that when they go out, they have the mentality of respecting authority. So I'm talking to the skills that are saying, let's just have soft skills that talks about how to avoid a suicide. So those are some of the shortest course that you can give it within a day or even 1 hour, 30 minutes. Let's challenge each other and even ask inmates, offenders to ask those questions, and we will develop something that is within, but not those that we want to continuously enhancing. I'm drawing from the principles of